Hello and welcome to Season 2, Episode 13 of Fabrically Speaking Live. I'm your host, Clare Rowley, inventor of the Creative Feet, and today I'm going to teach you how to finish this quilted bag that I started last episode. So if you didn't catch it, make sure that you subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't already, or if you're watching on Facebook, you can find it within the Creative Feet fan page or within my group, which you will find links to on our website, creativefeet.com. I'm going to turn off the keyboard because I can mess up the whole show if I leave it on. How are you guys all doing today? It has been truly spring this whole week, and I have been feeling like sewing something for my outside. I have fabric that I bought last year, and well, things happened in the world and I just didn't feel like doing it. So that will be something coming up. Hi, Gail from Florida. Lorinda. And you're from Oregon. See, you should, even though you watch every week, put where you're from because eventually it'll stick in my head. Hi, Red Dog Mama. And Karen from California. How are you all doing on this April 1st? I was going to say, I'm sorry, everyone. I can't do the show today. April Fools. But that wouldn't have been a good start to the show, would it? What was I going to say? I was going to say good morning, but it's not morning. Let's see here. The shows are starting to ask me. I guess there's going to be some shows this year after all. So I don't know if you guys are going to attend. If you got your vaccination, are you guys comfortable going to a show? My hands need this today. And for those of you who want to know what I'm using, Gold Bond. Hi, Sherry. Idaho. My eyes are really blurry today. We have pollen in the air. So if my eyes look like I've been crying, I haven't. It's just springtime. And today I actually have a dinner appointment, so I can't stay with you all night. Hi, Judy. So you guys got pollen too, huh? And let's see her. Hi, Tina from Texas. I don't know why I giggled. And hello from Scotland. Is that ALLS? Oh, I love it when people come in from other countries. And if you're in the background just lurking, come on, join in. You don't have to, but it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. So here we go. Put the keyboard somewhere safe. And I'm looking at the live feed because we're still having issues with the live feed. On my monitor where I monitor everything looks smooth and good to go. So I apologize for that. And looks like we're going to have to get a faster computer. The orchards are all... So I've seen some pictures of people's states where it's just yellow sky covered in it. The mustard or the orchids. All right. So last week, one of you wanted me to make pockets, and I'm willing to do an inside pocket. And when I build a pocket for a bag, I like it to have a little body to it. So I'm going to use the Fuse and Fuse stabilizer and fuse this fabric, which matches the outside. I could do any fabric I want, so can you. You can even create a pocket with vinyl as a lining so that You can put things that would spill possibly into that pocket if you want to make this for a travel bag. So the Fuse and Fuse is a almost non-detectable fusible that when you fuse in between two wrong sides creates a double-sided right side fabric and gives it just a little bit more body as they stay together, and it locks the bias in the material. And I need to square this up. And for those of you who would like to watch this and not have it be a live feed, I did start another one, and I'm filming that and we'll be editing it. So we're going to be increasing the number of edited videos soon as well. But this is the actual one that I quilted last week, and I didn't know if I shouldn't, but I was like, I could quilt just a little bit of it. If 3 of you say yes, quilt a little bit more, I'll quilt a little bit more. Otherwise, I'll just jump right into the cutting and sewing in zipper part. Hi, Denise. And I think I already said hi to Judy, yeah. So we decided, because it is April Fool's Day, and usually I do everything for a holiday, to extend our sale. So if you missed out on our grand opening sale because we just launched a brand new creativefeet.com site, know that you can participate in that sale. And another thing that you can still participate in for another month is entering in the chance to win a $100 gift card. So make sure you go to creativefeet.com and review products that you already have. You know, we want you to be truthful. Tell us how you feel about it. Tell others how you feel about it. And then in May, we're going to do drawings and announce the winners of the $100 gift cards. It's a good size card. And our new site does have the ability to offer gift cards and so much more. I hope that you are enjoying the new site. And if you haven't found your way there, well, it's creativefeet.com. I did post the website at the top of the chat if you're in the live chat. Hi, Creative Grammy. And whoever you are in Facebook, hi. It looks like the cameras are doing better. If I'm sneak peeking at what you guys are seeing. All right. So we're going to go to we only got one yes. So we're going to go ahead and just do the actual construction of the bag. And I quilted around on top of this. Let's see if we go to this one. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, well. That's the cell phone. That's not a bad one. And what I showed last week was the applique, and then I did some quilting. And this quilting was done with the octi hoops. So if you have our octi hoops and you haven't quilted with them yet, be sure to check out last week's episode. Okay, we have 5 cameras, you guys. God willing. And let's see here. Let's measure this out and see how big of a bag we can make. All right. So the bag measures 9.5 or thereabouts. Let's see, was I consistent? Just a little under 9.5 all the way down, which will give me a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I can't wait to have this bag done because it's going to be where I put all my cutters. And some of my cutters work, some don't, because I need to replace the blades. If you want to be really accurate in your cutting, you should stand up and look down through the rulers. Because a lot of people have brought that to my attention, that they feel like they're cutting accurately, but they're not getting an accurate cut. And if you're sitting down and looking at it at an angle, well, your perspective is off, and that can make it so that you don't end up cutting straight. I feel like I should be able to hear you guys talking back. I really wasn't expecting all the shows to hit me today with upcoming shows. It wasn't like only one did, several did. So I think what happened is they must have gotten a go-ahead to conduct events again. And most of the shows start on Thursday, and I have a show that goes every Thursday now. What do you guys want from me? What do you want from me? Do you want me to go to shows, or do you want me to continue to build my online school and do more live events with you on live or on the videos? Let's see where the halfway mark is on this. Camera looks a little bit light. What is that measurement? Instead of guessing. None of you are saying anything. Are you guys still there? Hello? Is anybody there? Hi, Sandy Flynn from Phoenix. I should have that board with rulers or the lines on it. They also have millimeter lines on this pad, and then fractions of an inch over here and down here. I'm glad you guys are still there. Cutting right through my satin stitching. Feels terrible. Let's see how this camera's doing. It has a romantic feeling to it today, doesn't it? So when I'm cutting this, so which side do I want to be the top of the bag, and which side do I want to be the bottom of the bag? And since I'm cutting so close to the satin stitching on this, I think I'm going to go ahead and have that be the bottom. But I didn't really give myself much up here to attach the zipper. And then this will be the back. So we're going to put right sides together. What I'm going to do here is let you look at the hip of, no, that camera wouldn't be good. Feels like it should be further away. I think I'm going to pull it out just a little bit if I can. Oh, that's going closer. That's it. Some changed. No big deal. So now we want to attach a zipper on this. And this is an invisible zipper, but I don't always make my zippers actually invisible when I use the invisible zipper, because I want to see more of the tape. Generally on a bag, that's what I'll do. I'll sew it, but since I don't have a separate lining, I'm going to make it so that the zipper tape shows. There's more than one way to sew a zipper. And I was thinking I could either show you using the pearls and piping foot, or we could do a little more decorative take on the zipper. But whenever I do use a zipper on a bag, I always buy it longer than I need. And that way we can cut off some of the zipper on both ends, and that way the pull on the zipper doesn't get in the way of the actual foot that you're choosing to use. Should I? Because see, what we have here is we have a quilted bag. I'm analyzing as I'm doing this, having not been fully prepared today. Hi, Linda from South Carolina. And Linda from South Carolina, you guys, no, you posted twice. I thought you were two different people from the same area. So I'm a little bit loopy today. I think just the last couple months is catching up with me. I had to make room for 1,000 octi hoops the other day, and I did the equivalent of a couple hours at the gym, maybe 4 hours at the gym, all in one day after not doing things like that. So feeling a little stiff today. So would you like me to show you how we can decorate our zipper, which would appear to be even more difficult or more challenging to then sew on, but in actuality it makes it simple? Or should I just do a plain old ordinary zipper? Try to get you guys to type. Since we have this raw edge, and let me pull my other one out because I had the same setup here. I'm going to show you the inside of this zipper. So you can see it's not the prettiest inside. Whoa, a little bouncy there. And this is your traditional zipper. And you'll notice on the end I have this little tab. So that is what I will do, is I will have the tab on both ends after the zipper is cut. So we're going to build the zipper into a different kind of zipper. And if I do this, and the zipper is actually on the outside, I have to think about what it's going to look like right here. Unless I take the zipper all the way to the end this time and don't create that. What do we do? What do we do? What did I do here? Over here, doesn't look like I did a tab. And all these threads are yarn. The risk is that you don't end up with a pretty corner if you do that. I was hoping to have the other one all done and have a new way of sewing a zipper in for you. So, what should I do? Never thought about decorating the zipper? I think we should think about it today and do it. Decorative zipper. What should I put on it? We have this fabric. And I have pearls. We could do pearls. We could do cording. We could do pearls and cording. We could do rhinestones. It's really not a fancy bag. So I'm going to save my rhinestones because they're pricey. And I did sew a little clip of rhinestones the other day. And also on something else recently. which I can't recall because there's just too many episodes now. They're all blending together. All right, so I'm going to pull out some trims so that you can decide what you think I should do. And I have different colors here. I have some red pearls and blue pearls already. Some traditional white ones. We've got some cording. Ugh, what a choice. What do you think? You like the pearl idea? I think white is going to just get washed out on the yellow zipper. So I think the way to choose this would be to actually lay the zipper down here. Let's see. And lay that over. I think that one's gonna win. What do you think? I think we should do it's kind of like a red. But you like purple. Someone said purple. So the cord. So we can do cord or we can do pearls. Could actually do both, but if I were going to do both, I wouldn't put these two together because then I don't think they contrast enough. Decisions. All right. We got red. We got more reds than purple choices. I don't think I have purple beads. I might. I know there's a lot of purple people out there. Let's see here. In that drawer. I don't know, it might be too fancy. You could also use the pearls and piping foot for this. So imagine this on the zipper, but not just that, because that would be too easy. And then a pearl on top of that. What do you think? Hi, Lori. What should we do? Come on. Do you guys like that idea? Can you imagine a zipper with all that on it? I'm doing it. All right, let's have some fun. Well, I moved the sewing machine for sure on this camera. So let's see if I can bring it back. How's that for close up? Oh, sorry for that squeak. I'm not done making the noise. There we go. All right, so the way that we do this is we actually secure, and this could be sewn on, by the way, with the sequins and ribbon foot. For those of you who are unfamiliar with all of the creative feet, we have 3. And the one that is on the machine is our pearls and piping foot. And it has this little tunnel beneath it. And it has this little washer on top that slides left and right, which helps your sewing machine needle line up with it. And then Satinedge, which will excuse me for my little stutter, We will be using the Satinedge Foot for construction of the bag. It helps you sew straight. And then sequins and ribbon. I could have added more to the bag like I had on this one. And all of this was stitched on using the sequins and ribbon foot. And this would be the traditional term of couching. So what we're in essence going to do though, is we're going to couch on our zipper using the pearls and piping foot to couch. So instead of inserting this trim into the sequins and ribbon foot and sewing it down first, and then having to then afterwards sew on top of that with the pearls, I'm going to go ahead and sew the pearls on top of this, and we'll be able to use the pearls and piping foot for sewing both of them down on top of it after. And I think I have another color over there that I like more. I'll be right back. What are you guys making for dinner tonight? I just imagine all your houses smelling really good with your dinners cooking. Oh, blur. I had no idea I was in front of that camera. Okay, so I found a couple more pearls. I'm going to mute myself for just a second while I open them. Okay, so I thought one was a different color, but it was just the blue and it had a different color wrapper. So I have a feeling that you guys are going to want the metallic ones. Metallic or blue. And if you need a reminder of the fabric while we figure this out, so while the zipper is yellow, it's not going to be just this gigantic yellow object. It's going to be yellow with this on top. And this is how you can make more money from your sewing if you're going to make things for sale. Adding something like this, and there you can see how the zipper, if I were to use it upside down, but we can't do that. This needs to be this way. All right, enough of that. We're going to just start. Why am I talking about, why is everyone talking about food? Because I asked what everyone was cooking for dinner. Sorry, Amy, are you getting hungry? Did we cause your tummy to rumble? Because at 2 o'clock on the West Coast, it's 4 o'clock. No, 5 o'clock on the East Coast. So a lot of people are hungry or cooking. So I never figured out which side of the bag to use as the top. This side or that side. These are things that should not make a lot of thought process. Let's see here. We've got to know how big we're going to cut it though, because it's kind of wasteful otherwise. So I think I'll mark it, and I'm probably going to, we'll see. I still have no idea what it's going to look like on the ends. We'll figure it out as we go, because, you know, that's how patterns are designed. We think we know what we're going to do, and then we figure it out. Have you ever used your presser foot to hold your fabrics while you're getting something? Becomes like a third hand. So I don't need to sew that past there. Or there. So I have it marked on both ends, and I'm going to go ahead and sew the trim and the purl that long. And since I never start at the end of anything, I'm going to start about 1 inch in. Just make sure I have a piece big enough, and so that it extends out another inch on that end. So I'm not alone. The foot on the machine becomes a third hand for you. I bet you thought I was going to sew that on the zipper, but I'm not. Did we decide on the silver? Did I give you too much to decide on? And don't forget to hit that thumbs up button if you're liking the show. We really appreciate it. Have any of you played a trick on anyone today? Or are you being nice this April Fool's Day? Hi, Ellen. Welcome. So while the foot is actually holding that in, I've got so many cameras to choose from. I can take and slide this beneath it, but it doesn't want to fit. Well, it does actually. If you can't get it to do that, then you just need to lift your presser foot and slide it under. This would be the hardest part, is getting both of them underneath the foot. And so it's lined up, which is why I start 1 inch before I need to. And I think I can pull the pearls back. I'm a little tongue-tied today. The day is not over yet. Nope. Oh, I didn't change colors of thread. And I do not want lime green, I don't think. So, gotta do that all over again. Can I get away with it? Slide you up. Gotta raise the foot when you thread the machine to open the tension discs. That allows you to pull the thread out, and also to put your thread in so that your thread is in the tension discs. Should I have the thread show or not? Invisible thread, I think. You guys could answer faster if you could just say it out loud, huh? So if I do invisible thread, then you'll just see that string in between. The option would be to use a heavy thread and have the stitch show. I think with this trim, I want it to show. So I'm going to go ahead and use the invisible thread. And I'm using smoke, because smoke is used for medium to dark fabrics. You'd only use the clear on light colors. If I were going to sew directly on the zipper, I would use clear. But since the thread is going to hit this cording, I'm going to use the smoke. And in this case, I'm only going to use it in the needle. And by the way, I'm using a 9014. And it's a universal. Or no, it's not. I actually have a stretch needle on. And the reason I do is because I'm doing something really cool that you guys can't find out about yet. It's something you can do with the pearls and piping foot. It's something quilters want really bad. Normally this have to be done by hand, as with a lot of things I do. I don't feel like that's getting in there. Needle wasn't all the way up. Sorry, that looks really weird on that camera. Usually when I thread the machine, I switch to this camera. But a lot of the times my mouth isn't synced when I come back. And apparently that's the processor speed of my camera or my computer. Not just the internet. Could it be minky? No, it's not minky. All right, lower the foot, needle down, needle up. My needle is not in the right position for the needle threader to pick it up. Now I can use my needle threader with the nylon thread because my machine, when I use my needle threader, the foot lowers and the tension discs open as the needle threader pushes the thread through the needle. If you have a machine that's not just simply a button that you push, but you have to push down a button, you should not use the nylon thread in your needle threader. All right, it's just not going to do it. Well, I'm just not happy about that. But I know where my glasses are. Some people aren't here that I know are probably going to go, oh no, I missed it. I forgot it was Thursday. Bear with me as my light is not on my machine. Where is that? And I do have a white fingernail behind it so I can see the eye. I have allergy eyes today. When you have to go live and your eyes are like puffy, it's like, no. That was the sound of my fingers going over that thread. It sounded pretty like something was upset, like I was hurting an animal. That's the right one. So we'll get this up there. So you have to type with your phone, Susan? I'm not fast on my phone either. I have to use talk to text a lot. And then you have to read it because sometimes your phone has absolutely no idea what you were really saying. That can be pretty embarrassing. The computers guess what I say on that closed caption. And it's getting better. I've been trying to talk slower when I speak. I'm going to go ahead and show you the settings. These things my way. keep saying next week I'll be more organized. But what's been going on is I switched from having a live show to switching to a non-live show. And things are different when you film live than when you pre-record something. There's the light that would have helped me see. Okay, so cell phone. I didn't want you to have to go through the ride while I adjust it. Things are just not bending like I think they're getting tired of bending. I'm just going to take it off the thing. Doesn't want to adjust. Oh no. All right, so the bead size is a 2.5 millimeter wide pearl, and that's what I'm going to go by. Standard zigzag stitch, and then the width I go a millimeter wider. And when we're not using colored thread, we can go all the way to 3.0 on the length. And that's because the size of the bead is 3 millimeters in diameter. So if you use a shorter stitch length, it's just going to take longer to sew through. However, sometimes when you have your stitch length at 3, it will make the fabric gather, kind of like the automatic gathering technique that this foot does. Oh no, I had it all in there. All right, let's switch cameras again. All right. And for those of you waiting for the tripod information for what I use in front of my machine, it is not the one I've been messing with. Let's see. Is that too dark for you guys, or does it just feel like a little romantic? I was there this last year, by the way. And I haven't really done this today. So just talking about the Rusty Barn Show, which is now called the Quilt Craft Sewing Festival, I think, or Expo. And they were one of the ones that are trying to get me to come down there. And they're planning a show for October. We'll see. I don't know where it will be, though. I don't think it's going to be at the fairgrounds. I think it's somewhere else. We'll see. I got really sick last year. And actually, I think I had COVID. I think that's where I got it. I think I got it at the show. So that tells you I have not gotten it since then. And I've yet to be vaccinated. So I don't know. If I had it, they couldn't tell. The tests weren't very good on that. I dropped one of my earbuds on the ground. This bought me some time to get it without you having to watch me fumble. Okay, I'm taking off my shoe because it's not cold today. And you probably want to see that also from the front. So I'm going to get ready with the tripod that I am using. And this is what I use when I'm filming in Tippet so you guys can see better. And this is actually 2 tripods. This is a part of another one, and this is another thing. And the 2 of them together allow me to bend and manipulate my phone the way I need it. And then this allows me to adjust how high it sits on the table. And so that is what I've been using, and I'm trying to find one tripod that works better so that you guys don't have to spend the money on 2 tripods. And this is for people who are visually challenged. Because if you're not filming a live show like I am, you have the ability to control how big your camera sees what is in front of it. But on my setup here, this screen is as small as you see it there, and I can never make it bigger. It would be a nice feature. We can't really complain. This is pretty awesome that I can go live like this. So I'm showing you the side for a little bit, and we check to make sure the needle's going to clear in both left and right swing. Looks good from the side. Get that out of the way so I can see. This machine has the ability to move its zigzag stitch over. This here, right here. And that's why they have it called shift. It's left and right needle position, but it's also shift. And what it shifts is the zigzag stitch, which is something that wasn't possible before. You can see how that moves. So you have the ability to really, really get that set up so that you know that your needle's not going to get struck by that. But you don't need it. Put it back. There we go. Bring the sewing machine closer. All right, it's too close to me. Do any of you want to do your own live show? So you can fumble in front of your viewers. I had it really good once. Let's see here. With nothing but the foot showing. Whoops, sorry. I should really do this without you guys watching. The machine that I'm using, Gail, is the Baby Lock Crescendo. Or Crescendo. Sorry, I didn't mean to. And these little octopus kind of legs need to be bent just right. You guys would have just went, whoa. I've almost got this right. And then you can see really well. Since this episode won't take as long as most of the other ones. What was that? Did you guys see something drop? Oh, that spool thread. That was scary. I don't know if that was it. We'll see. I told my son I was trying to go so long. And he goes, no, 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 no. If you go live, you're supposed to go live until you are done. I was so surprised. Because usually it's all about being time efficient. So you could thank Vincent for me not doing that to you. Something about the cell phone light makes the camera get weird. I think I said that wrong. Oh well. It's a little dark. It's because we moved some of the lights for the live. I mean, for the not live. All right, that's good enough. Now I can see if I've got it right. Needles clearing one side, clearing the other side. And if you guys are in the school, you know someone had their beads start to disconnect from their fabric. And that's because she didn't do enough stitches in the beginning. So on the first purl, you want to shorten your stitch length really short and have it do several stitches in place. And then lift and go to the next purl. And I don't know if I did or not. I don't think so. Give it a little stitch length so it hops the neck bead. Yes, Gail, going live is a completely different experience than filming. And I watch others that do live shows, so I don't feel so bad about how it goes for me. Because I don't think there's another sewing instructor that teaches to this extent live. Most people are already with certain things that they don't problem solve right there live with you. Get this out of the way. I don't have enough of this under the foot. There we go. And going live or looking at your sewing machine needle through a screen in front of you is not as bad as looking at it another direction in the room, which is what I usually do. I'm looking on a screen. The cell phone keeps acting weird. It's not charged. Or it's not charging. So now I'm going to lengthen the stitch length and try not to get dizzy. It looks so dark. Let's pull it back. Notice that I'm not touching the pearls. They are just laying on top of my fingers, and I am guiding this and trying to keep it in the same spot. This is a good way to become a guide in front and not push down on the trim at all. You could see the pearls are then led into the tunnel, even though we're coming from an angle. And that has to do with the way I engineered the front of this foot. Because remember, I designed it for a woman who couldn't open her fingers. She couldn't stick her finger out to guide. She was in this position. She only had about that much movement. And I was 20 years old. I'm now 58. That was a long time ago. But I remember it like it was yesterday. It's thinking there's something wrong with the thread because it's invisible. It can't see it. And I'm having trouble because I'm using one hand to hold the camera. So let's switch. I gotta let this thing charge. Give the cell phone a break. Your instincts are going to be to grab hold from behind, and normally with ribbon I do help it, but this has a fiber feeling to it so the feed dogs can grab it really well. So you can see my other hand is over here, and I am resting. This hand is just resting and just keeping my fingers on either side of it. I know you don't think the thread there, but it is there. Isn't it? Yeah, it's still sewing. And that shows I let go of this completely. And it wows everybody. And this just has to do with the shape of the cording and the shape of the pearls and the shape of the tunnel. So You can see that I'm not holding at all. And that's what I do at shows. And I'll run it for a while moving things around on the table. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, look at what she's doing. But you guys aren't going to be as brave, I don't think. So your instincts would be more to be in the front, but try not to touch the pearls. It is just the cording that you are in charge of. And I'm really just kind of looking at this center here. It did sound like the thread just broke. I shouldn't have moved the machine. That was my fault. It wrapped around the cutter on the bobbin. For me, I wish they never did that. They made the bobbin, the top of the bobbin, where you rest your bobbin, into a cutter to cut the thread. And since I sew with my thread stand over here, and when the thread comes over here, every once in a while, if I move the machine, the thread just gets chopped off, and that is what happened. And I got away with it for a little while. It knew the thread wasn't in there, but I didn't believe it. Sometimes we have to trust the machine. All right, here we go. Only an inch to go. You just read the caption. Are you guys talking about vaccinations? I don't know what you're talking about. There's definitely another piece of thread there, so dealing with the invisible thread can be a little frustrating if any of you have ever worked with it before. I think I'm doing great. I'm getting better, I think, sometimes. And then I watch the playback and it's all blurry and the cameras stop and my mouth is in a really embarrassing position. Yeah, I don't know about this stuff, this vaccination stuff. All I know is we all have to do what we feel instinctually is right for us. I keep trying to use my needle threader with this, and I need to just accept that it's not going to work. Get my glasses so I can see the thread. If you can't see the thread to thread it, you can mark it with a Sharpie marker and give it some color, which wouldn't have been a bad idea for me to do. Oh, if I could just see like that all the time. It'd be really nice. One inch to go. Don't move your sewing machine around once you've got it threaded. That's the hint. I'm actually going to go out to dinner tonight. I'm excited. Because after I go live, I'm pretty tired. But I've been eating at home each week for the last month or so. It does sound like it's not threaded right still. What did I do? I know some of you are going, oh, I'm so glad she's having trouble, because it makes me feel like it's okay when I have trouble. I have no idea what I had going on there, but because I couldn't see it. I think I just had another thread going in for a ride. And this is when I look my age, when I wear my glasses like this. So I gave myself an extra inch on both ends, but I have to make another one of these. And this one Hopefully we'll go quicker. Not going to mess with the thread. Because there are two sides to the zipper, right? We don't want it only on one side. Make sure that first purl is nice and secured with several stitches. Why am I putting my hand back there? Zoom, zoom. Oh, my speed control is down. And my speed control was lowered because I was quilting last week. I'm not hearing myself anymore. Oh, that's because I turned the phone off. So I won't know if the sound gets wonky. So I'm bringing my phone back in because I need to know if the sound gets bad. There we go. Where am I going out to eat? I haven't decided yet. We want to eat healthy because my friend Terry's been losing weight as well. I don't know why we were thinking we had to eat close to home. Definitely longer than I need. And since it's really not that important I secure this right now. It's going to be more important when I put it on the zipper. Isn't that cool though? And you can use that on anything. Now we're going to go ahead and sew it onto the zipper. All of you guys talking about what food you're having for dinner made me want... Oh, that's right. We were going to go to this place called Colt. And it has barbecue. It's got a nice atmosphere. I shouldn't have said that live. Erase. And the one that's shorter will tell me that I'm in the right range. Okay. And what I was trying to make sure of is that because we're going to have the zipper is going to be cut afterward, that I actually have this within the range of it being cut. Before I cut it, I'm going to secure it, as you'll see here in a minute. So now, let's see. 1, 2, 3. So I think I'll just remember. Well, we'll see. And I shorten the stitch length, and then I'm going to go back again. And then hop up. And I'll put my machine on the stitch length again. 2.5 millimeter. And I'm looking at this side of the zipper tape. And I'm going to make sure that the little loopy loops line up with that. You don't pay attention to anything else. Let the foot do the work. And just keep your eye on the side. So I'm going to mute myself. And what did I say about not moving the machine? I almost cut my thread again. Ignore everything but the front side of the foot, making sure that those little burgundy loops are lined up with the side of the zipper. This is weird. Must have been where I had the thread break. So I'm going to just kind of help it from the back for about an inch. Watch the side of the foot, watch the side of the foot. And that's me like coaching myself, because I tend to watch the needle because it's moving around, you know? Do you guys tend to get distracted by the needle? So you guys thought you were going to just see a regular old zipper today. And some people were excited just about that. You still like this perspective better? There's one side of the zipper. And now instead of trying to start on this side, I'm going to flip it around and go the same direction. In other words, the zipper is always on the left-hand side. Hi, Marcia. Awesome. I'm so glad you did. Here we go. So now you can see that you don't just have to put on an ordinary zipper. My dog is being a watchdog right now. I don't know if you can hear it. Shorten the stitch length. And we just want to make sure that first bead is secure. And then watch the side of the foot again. I think what I did was I just got too close. Or it's just the cell phone. I'm missing having that cell phone view for you guys. And it's just so dark over here. Sometimes I think it's dark though, and I watch on the playback and I go, that wasn't dark at all. Sorry about that. I've written to them. Like every time you add a camera, it has to show all the cameras. It's very strange. It should be on this camera. It's on the wrong one. That was clearly my fault. Oh, that is not what I was seeing a minute ago. Definitely bizarre this week. Sorry, bye. I hope you guys aren't minding the camera angles being different. So I'm not touching this at all. I'm just guiding the zipper so that the right side of this is lining up with the edge of the zipper. That's just so close. I'm going to mute myself for a second. All right, here we go. Looking through a camera is okay. It's okay. I can do this. I'm looking through the little camera. And honestly, it's great if you're not teaching at the same time and having things in your way. And you can make the camera bigger. You can really see what you're doing. Threading needles is easier. Sorry about that. The allergies are really acting up. I was sneezing. Didn't think you want to hear that. Zoom, zoom. If I weren't doing it with you guys, I'd be faster. So we know we're going to cut off some of the zipper. We don't have to go all the way to the end. I'll shorten stitch length and sew a few stitches in place. Pretty cool, huh? Had to sneeze again. All right. Do any of you have any questions? I haven't asked if you have any questions in a while. Usually I ask more than that. I'm going to take a sip of water as well. Any of you hydrating, needing to hydrate? Let's hydrate together. All right. Allergy season. Oh my. I think I need to clear this stuff away. Before they get tangled up. My glasses have become part of it. It is an invisible zipper, Ellen. And I probably wouldn't have used one. For this, I'd have used a regular one, but I wanted a yellow zipper. So I just decided to roll with it. I've done invisible zippers for these type of pouches before, and it adds a lot of color. Instead of hiding the zipper, I like to show it. Because the zipper pull needs to be on the outside. And I probably need to show that a little bit more close up. Instead of hiding this zipper, oh, I got the phone in the way. I was trying to do it so you couldn't see anything. So here's the pull, and the zipper pull needs to be on the top. And normally this zipper would disappear in this fabric. However, I wanted to decorate it. So we're going to put the zipper on top, even though it would normally be inset. And that way the zipper and this trim becomes part of the bag. Cool. We'll see. Never done it before. It's always been in my mind though. You didn't see any teeth, yeah? I have taught the invisible zipper technique on my bridal purses. If you haven't seen them yet, it's the purse that you see hanging on the mannequin. And it is a video in my YouTube channel. However, even then I decided to leave a little of the zipper showing because the material I used was lace. And if you have the teeth of a zipper sticking up and you have lace, your lace can get stuck in the teeth. And if you go too close, because it's actually lacy underneath as well as on top, you can end up with your zipper getting stuck. And on my daughter's wedding, I didn't want anyone's zipper getting stuck. Let's see here. I will, let's see, what can I give you to look at? I need to step away for a second. Commercial break. Only at 17% battery? Why aren't you charging? Should be charging. All right, I'll be right back, you guys. Go ahead and talk to yourself. Hello, everyone. I just had to sneeze so many, and you can't wait to see this done. I'm problem solving in my head right now. How can I do this? What's a good way to handle this? We got all those pearls. It'd be challenging to sew that into a seam, wouldn't it? I'm leaning towards making a little like roof for the zipper to go into so that it'll stop your zipper from going too far in one direction or the other. So while we're going to cover the zipper and cut it off, I think I'm also going to make a little roof that will go in on both sides. Does that sound like a good idea? Can you guys picture that? I've seen it on a lot of handbags. Let's get this thing figured out. Switch to the top camera. I forgot to put the sign out for the delivery guy that we're filming. That is Chase doing his job. He's a very effective guard dog till the guy's actually here. So if I were to just sew this on, and I'm going to use the actual pearls to position the zipper onto the bag. So when I do that, I'm going to use a zigzag stitch, and it's going to actually finish the edge of this. Remember, this is already lined because we quilted it. So rather than inserting a lining, we'll use in the inside as a lining. And I want to put a pocket in there because I feel like I'm compromising with whoever asked for it last week. But ultimately, there's going to be some bag classes in the school. And you haven't joined my school yet, be sure to do so. Create with Clare Rowley is the name of the school. So I'm going to want to have two pieces. I could actually make a double pocket inside, have it be a low pocket instead of it being all the way to the top. Or I could make a pocket that goes 3/4 of the way up. I have enough fabric. I just don't want to waste it. I love it. Wait till you see what I'm going to do with this. Already ready. Aren't these colors pretty? This will be filmed. It'll be edited. And let's see here. Should I do a 3/4 pocket or a low pocket? I think since I'm going to be putting big objects inside, that I would want a high pocket or tall. And then you know how to tell which one is wrong side on batiks by stretching across the grain, and it hugs the wrong side. So this is the wrong side, and this is our Fuse and Fuse, the one with the hummingbird on the label. It's okay, Susan, you don't have to stay every time I'm live. Hope you can catch the replay later. Sometimes I just think I'm going to move a lot faster than I do. All right. And if you don't know what I'm doing, I'm going to make a firm pocket by fusing right sides or wrong sides together. Whatever I get from that is what I get. Sorry, Rosa. I should be using my paper scissors. Hopefully she's not watching. I dreamt so much last night, and I think it made me tired. That's going to be good. All right, so now I need to get the iron hot. Move all this out. Cotton setting. I got a good amount of steam. And speaking of steam, you don't want to use steam for the first part, so I'll turn it off. And this is how I turn mine off. Oh, this is so noisy. Live. This is what live is like. It's noisy and messy. There's commercial breaks. Yes. So Pat, if you don't know that, I talk about it each time because it's super easy to not know which side is the right side of fabric. And it may seem like it doesn't matter, but sometimes it really does. So you have your... What kind of iron is this? This is Sunbeam. It's not a pricey one. I clicked on the wrong one. So this is the wrong side of the batik. It's really hard to tell sometimes depending on your lighting. So if you have your selvage running that way, this is the selvage way. It doesn't stretch. This way it stretches, and then you pull and it tunnels to the wrong side. So if you see it's concaving, let's see, I don't know if you can see that well here, but it's denting right here. This lighting isn't very good on this camera. That's how you know which side is wrong. It hugs the wrong side. That's true of a lot of fabrics, by the way. I got this iron at Costco, by the way. And I've had all kinds of expensive irons. Or should I say, and I have destroyed all types of expensive irons by dropping them on the floor, and their water compartments break. This one has been dropped, I don't know how many times. It's embarrassing, but it just tends to happen when you're in a studio in a tight area like I am. The cord is really long, so I like that. But I've probably dropped it over 20 times. And I've had expensive irons that I dropped only once and they broke. I'm not going to say which brands, because it may just be my luck, you know. I don't want to hurt any company. But know that I will be trying out different little irons soon, and coming up with the one I like the best, and then I'll probably do a drop test. This is our Fuse and Fuse stabilizer, and it has paper on one side. There we go. And it's okay to iron because the paper locks the bias. So iron is sliding the iron, and pressing is push down and lift up and push down and then lift up, in case you ever see in the instructions of anything and you don't know that already. Hello from Mississippi. I love my batiks. I had a lot of fun last week. So now I'm on this side. If you were to use steam right now, what would happen is because of the paper being a solid, it doesn't have a weave, the steam would shoot out the side and burn your hand. So that's one reason to not use it. I just love this fabric. All right, and we want to make sure that it's cool before you actually peel off the paper. And that was on cotton setting. You can cool it down by lifting it up and kind of waving it around. You should be able to lay your hand on it and not feel heat. And then you just peel. There's a little piece of paper there. There we go. You just see how I peel it close instead of lifting up and pulling that way. Try to keep it from lifting up. And I go slow, and as I'm doing this, I'm looking to make sure that it is secured, that I didn't not iron somewhere. That was a double negative. Okay. So there's an area where it's not enough. So put it back down and iron it a little more. And then cool it down again. Still a little warmer than I like to peel that off, but there we go. This is now a pressing cloth that you can use for later. So these good size ones, they usually write on it. Pressing sheet. So I don't just toss it. And this is the shiny side, so you would always have the shiny side toward whatever you're going to use it on. And now you have a pressing sheet to use for applique. Roll it up so that pressing sheet is showing at the end. Oh, this is just too noisy. I'm not going to do that anymore, so you don't have to suffer through that. Now I'm going to fold the fabric over. And this will be the top of the pocket up here at the top where the fold is. And what you're aiming for is that the shiny part right there ends up being right against the part when you fold it. You don't want to fold it like that, or have it be have a space in between it. I just burned my finger. Owie. So you just go like this and make sure that it is folded right there. And then I'm going to clip it so it doesn't move, while I then do the same thing on this end. And clip that end. Now flatten it out. And press. And this time we're pressing, not ironing, because until these are fused together, they can shift. And since the paper isn't in there to stop the weave from stretching, it could get little pinching marks or areas where the fabric kind of pinches from you moving the iron. And I am lifting just slightly up as I move it. Once I see that it is held in place, I'm going to switch to steam. And we want to really push the steam through to make sure that they're bonded. And now that it is, we can iron. And that fusing kind of removes or locks the bias or the weave of the material and stops it from stretching. Okay, push it in. And this is my Caterpillar light tablet that's underneath there, which I'm not really needing right now. This board has a plastic bottom to protect the Caterpillar light tablet below, which we carry at creativefeet.com. And right now we have the April Fool's Day sale going on. It ends tonight at midnight. And that's no April Fool's. It will end at midnight. There we go. And this is going to be a pocket for inside of the bag. Before I cut it, I want to see something. All right, so there we have two pockets that way. Ooh. Turn this off and get it out of the way. What do I want to do? Well, I don't want it to be all the way at the top, because then where the zipper is, we wouldn't be able to even get anything in that pocket. So we can take it down. That's probably a good height. Be able to insert and move it around. And we could go like that, or we can go like this and have it have one pocket be stitched down. So this is how you can build pockets. You can actually make it wider than the area that you're going to put it into. And then you can put pleats on the bottom. There's all kinds of different ways of going about it. But since what I'm making is not for something that's straight like that, I just want flat, straight pockets. This is going to be in the seam. So I just need to cut this off here. And we got 2 pockets. It's so dreamy. What can I do with that? Oh, I'm going to use that to make the hood on either end of the zipper. So it's going to have nice body to it. Probably even do 2 layers, so that when the zipper opens and you hit the other side of the zipper, that fabric will stop it from going. Okay, so we also don't want it so big. This is the side that's the top, because it's got the folded edge. So we don't have to do any stitching on that because we have it folded. That's about how high I want it. And go ahead and cut that off. Some more double layered fabric. We could even do a strap with this. Fold it in, and have a strap be on it so I could carry it around. Should I do that? Of course. I know anytime I ask for your opinion if I should do something, that you guys are going to say yes. Just keep teaching us stuff. Never stop. And then when it's all over, I can say, I always planned on making a handle. So to make a handle that's going to be reinforced, and we can use our pressers for this. We can press in so that they meet, or you flip it so that it overlaps completely. And I think that works better. And this ends up being an inch. Started out 2.5 inches. So that doesn't make sense that it would end up an inch. But you can make it an inch, and this would be something you'd want to be consistent about. So once you get it started that it's an inch, press. And then I'm sure you don't have to guess too hard that I'm going to glue it in place so that it doesn't move. But I really should do a folded under edge. And normally I would need to, but because the fabrics are fused together, it doesn't really fray. So we can just get away with that. It is Thursday. Tomorrow it's Friday day. Do any of you have plans for the weekend? Are you going to sew? Any of you going to make this bag? Have any of you quilted since last week? If you quilted since last week, give me a thumbs up. You can hear the pressure that I'm applying on that. I do need more pressure with this because it's 1, 2, 4 layers on both sides of this. I'm glad you're learning. So are you taking it out and actually putting it on the machine while you're learning? Have you guys carried around the octahoops? Did you start talking to them and say, you guys are familiar to me? I'm not afraid of you. Now, if I wanted a really nice bodied or full bodied handle, I would have a piece of batting in here. Cut the width of the actual handle, or you could even double it up. There we go. Forgot I had the lid off and I just put it all over me. When I have a piece this wide, I do a zigzaggy flow of glue. Sorry, that light, I'm going to unplug it. So if you see the motion that I'm moving this, the width of the area that I'm going to glue down. And this is our liquid based glue, available at creativefeet.com. After you pour it out a little bit, you slide your finger across and that kind of smooths it out so that it's got full coverage. And then flip it down, and I'm going to use a clip because it's a long area. Just hold it down without pushing down hard on that glue, because what will happen is you'll push the glue through the fiber and it will not be holding anymore. You'll just have to put more glue on. Got my little cubby thingy that I sewed up using the octahoops as the pattern. If you guys didn't see that video, it is one of the Fabrically Speaking Live episodes. I don't remember which number. I didn't have any glue in there. I don't have any on the whole end here. At least because there's a piece of batting that's clogging this up. You have a Brilliant sewing machine, Pat. Is that a brand? By the way, I'm going to be carrying a entry-level sewing machine, if all goes well, called the Eversewn machines. They're a really good machine. I've already tested them and I'm really pleased with their behavior, and they're affordable. So if any of you know anyone that needs a machine, I'll be doing a tutorial on it. All right, so now we'll do the other side. Is it the top model, Baby Lock? Now that we haven't had shows for a year, I'm out of the loop. We have someone doing weed whacking and the dog. Can you guys hear that? It'd be nice if you couldn't. And we'll let the handle dry while I get the zipper ready. I feel super relaxed now that my allergies are calmed down. You're selling doggy bandanas, pin cushions, drawstring bags, and a few small ceramics. You can put beads on the edge of your doggy bandanas. There's metal beads that you can buy. They actually sell them for like your ceiling fan poles, that metal bead thing, and they have nice weight on them, and it helps the bandana stay down on the dog, and they look stylish. You don't have to worry about them getting scraped off. There we go. All right, so that's gonna sit there and dry. Now we're gonna position the zipper and the pockets. We want the pocket bottoms to end up in the seam. And we can do the same thing. You can glue that in, and I will glue the pocket ends together. Because why not? I'm pleased with the top camera positioning today. And from what I can see, it seems like the cameras aren't lagging. Is it doing good, you guys? If everything's filming correctly and doing well, give me a thumbs up. The bottom's gonna... There's a bunch of quilting on here. Over here, there's more quilting than there is over here. Makes me want to stick it under the hoop again. But this is the wrong side of it. The other side of the bag is prettier, which I was like, where is it? Here it is. So this is one side of the bag, this is the other side. It's nice to have that opportunity to analyze how you want it to look when it is a bag. All of a sudden, Google thought I needed help. It's so funny that happens sometimes. Okay, so the zipper's going to go on the top, and it's going to be on the outside of it, and we're going to make little roofs for each side of the zipper. so that you can't go too far. It'll also protect the pearls from becoming undone at some point in time. And this will allow us also to open the zipper while we sew it on. I was going to discuss something because a lot of you think zippers are too hard, and some people don't even try. Because of this, the teeth of the zippers. Oh, that would be pretty too, huh? I'll use this on my other one. Okay, so a lot of people are afraid because of the teeth. But we're not even going to get anywhere near the teeth. We're going to sew the cord or the beads. They'll be separated away from the actual pull and get it way out of your way, so you're able to stitch it on without it causing any issues. And we need to glue the zipper in place on top of the bag. But before we do that, we have to decide how long the zipper is, needing to be anyway. And we're going to cut it and just chop that off. But before I do, I like to secure it to stitch across the teeth of the zipper. Do that on the machine. I keep thinking I'm looking at a different camera. Which camera would be best for this? Get it ready without you having to watch. Is that what's going on? I had the tripod backwards. It's like it's not working like normal. I need one studio for live and one studio for filming not live. It is going to get hot. I have an air conditioner in my studio so that when it gets hot, I get to cool the whole thing down. I freeze the room. And then when I go live, I turn it off. And I'm always hydrated. I always have water. When I mute myself, I drink water, so don't worry about me. So on one side, we're going to chop it off. And before I chop it off, I usually sew a piece of fabric to it. But we have all those beads, so it's more of a challenge. So I'm going to take and I need to sew. I got all this glue on my fingers. I need to stitch that down the actual teeth so that they're closed. And I'm going to just kind of hold my finger right there and use the pearls and piping foot. I'm going to flip it over. And using a zigzag stitch about 4.5 wide. And the teeth are actually under the tunnel. But a zigzag stitch alone is not the strongest stitch there is. The strongest stitch would be a multiple zigzag stitch, where the stitch goes zig, 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 zag, zag, zag. And then we shorten the stitch length really short. Instead of just giving you a little rehearsal of the stitch, I'm going to show you using the cell phone. So this is a multiple zigzag stitch, and it has these little dots representing the stitches. And then take the stitch length down as short as you can go. And mine won't go any lower than 0.2. I'm at 18% battery. For some reason it's not charging. So I'm probably going to have to stop using this camera. This is a nylon zipper, so you can sew through it. And what it's going to do is tack. I still go slow though, by the way. See how it's stitching right over the teeth? So what we're doing is we're making our own stop for the zipper so it can't go too far. I'll lift it up and do a little more. We want that to stay closed. The other thing we have an opportunity to deal with right now are the beads. I broke that thread again because I moved the machine. Yeah, I probably still want to not have a colored thread. Oh, Tinkerbell just went by my foot and tickled my foot. Sorry for the distraction. Yeah, I'm going to have to turn this off. Sound's been pretty good. I think we're okay. I think I'm going to give this thing a break. That means I need to figure out another camera angle that will work good for this. And I did do a little modification of the cameras on that last break, so I think this one would be pretty good now. So you can see where I secured the zipper, because that was my bobbin thread. So now I'm going to secure the bead right here, maybe right there. In the same manner, except for not with a multiple zigzag, because that would strike the pearl. And I broke the thread again somehow. It's 95 degrees. Where are you at, Better Days? I don't know what temperature it is here. It was cool. It wasn't hot yet. We have the signs of spring. The trees all have leaves on them, and generally we get a false spring and then we get a snow and everything dies and it has to bring back its leaves all over again. We get snow all the way into May. Oh, you're just not going to thread. Well, that's just fine. I will accept that. It's snowing where you are, Ellen? It was snowing here last week. So maybe you're going to get our weather. And next week you'll have go hiking weather. I really can't see that well. There we go. I'm not very exciting, am I? A little bit too boring today. Zigzag stitch. Uh-oh, I forgot to turn the phone off. That's the first time I have not remembered to turn off the phones to the studio. Sorry about that. You're in Phoenix and it's 95? That means it's 85 outside. Because we're usually about 10 degrees cooler than Phoenix. Okay, here we go. So I've shortened my stitch length down to, I'm gonna go all the way to 0 on this if it'll let me. This is a regular zigzag stitch set at 3.5 millimeters wide. And this is really going to be the end of it. Hop to the next purl. Because there's no stitch length, I had to lift it to do that. Go back again. And remember, this is going to be hidden beneath the little rooftop. And I'm going to tie a knot. This machine has a knot stitch. If you don't have a knot stitch, you can use a straight stitch and then use a 0 stitch length on it. I'm going to hop over and do the same thing on this side. There we go. Knot stitch. And I'm going to show you a little trick. Hopefully I can do this without a hammer. I have pliers. I usually have pliers. Did I carry them out of here? I'm not going to make you endure hammering. Oh, we're going to have another commercial break. This is prettier to look at. And I'm going to go right in front of you guys again. Where are those pliers? Okay. Be right back. Gotta get some pliers. I think you got an idea what I'm going to do. Oh, here they are. Not too far. And we're going to crunch the beads that are right in front of where we're going to cut. And we want them to break completely free. Don't want to cut off the bead that's got the stitching in between it, because that's going to hold that in place. This will be where we stitch across over here. And what that does is it leaves the stitching that is already there holding the purl down. And we're going to be able to go across here and sew a seam. And there is a lady inside of the school that did a Bible cover. Should have been, this is how she could have done it, where she wouldn't have had hers come apart. Come on, let go. Break off of there. There we go. You like this microphone? I do too. It's a good mic. I try not to draw too much attention to the noises that are happening here, because it's supposed to be listening to me, not the sewing machine, so the machine's not really obnoxious sounding. There we go. That handle's all ready to be stitched to as well. I I have an idea. That's not a very good cut. We need 2 pieces. And if I design it so that you stitch it, but then you fold it here, then it creates that little hood. Are you guys getting it? So I really don't need a lot. I just need about that much, about 1.5 inches. And that's double folded though. So 3 inches, I'm guessing. We'll see how accurate my guessing is. Okay. Pretty close to 3 inches. So 3 inches is a good amount for that. And then we're just going to fold it in half. And you can use your iron or you can use one of our pressers. Remember, however far over that flap is from your stitch, you're going to lose the ability to open it that big. So I think I'm going to take it down and have it be a 1/2 inch flap. And there's not a lot of room there, but I'm going to just chop that off. We don't need it anymore. So if we take it all the way to the end, you could then fold it back if you want and adjust it to the size that you want. And this is going to make it so we can sew the zipper into the seam as well. So it'll serve 2 purposes. Since we're not working with a pattern, straight stitch. And straight stitch center needle position is always stronger for the needle. And since we're going to go over the nylon teeth of the zipper, see how I hopped it, and then I have my pack of needles ready to put on the back side of the foot. So I do want it to sew straight. I didn't get it on there. Let's see. I thought I had already stitched. We want it centered somewhat. So what the needles do is they level off the foot and make it so you can sew or drive right over something that's thicker. And if you're not there yet, you stop and push it back under again, making sure that you don't get the pack in so that you can see it in the opening. This is how I go over a felled seam on blue jeans as well. And I'm using the wrong needle. And then when you get over, it just kicks the pack of needles right out the back side. That was pretty good. It normally does not like to go backwards over something thick like that. I have my pressure set to the lightest setting as well. Now we're going to go like that. Isn't that pretty? That's a fancy zipper there. You like the creating as I go thing? I'm glad you guys do. Apparently a lot of you do. I'm going to go ahead now and just kind of stitch that so I can cut that off. So it ended up being, instead of 3 inches, it was 2.5 inches folded over. And you'll notice I'm using the pearls on piping foot as a foot, not just for sewing beads. Sometimes it's the best foot for the job, like sewing heavy knits. Sewing heavy knits with my pearls and piping foot is really, really nice. It goes over thick things easier than some of the other feet, even though it is a really thick foot. Now we're going to do the same thing for the other side, and this is where we're making this the right size. So it will be safe to cut the zipper off here. And this is where we want to sew the zipper teeth together. We have to do so with the zipper open. And the foot's going to help by grabbing and pinching the zipper teeth to one another, even though they're not zipped closed. Pretty sure that I did that wrong though. One more double check, because this is the new end of the zipper. I saw my mark and it wasn't in the right spot. So I'm going to mark it again so I don't get nervous. That's the cut line, except for what I need to do is see the cut line on the other side. So fold the zipper over. This is the new cut line. And before you get it under the foot, when you still have good control, in fact, you can zip it closed when doing this, because what we want to do is we want to make sure that that line stays lined up. And that's where we're going to chop it off. So we need to sew ahead of it. No, I just unthreaded the needle. Ah. Bye, Pat. Of course, it was quite a while ago when she said goodbye. I know it's getting late. I cannot see. Where are those glasses? The problem is I'm in a shadow. I'm going to just switch the camera so I can stick my head in front of it without you guys seeing my hair. And this is why edited videos are better for people, because you don't have to sit there and watch me struggle to thread the needle. Which usually isn't a problem, so I really need to adjust my lights. If you've watched me thread the needle before, you know it's not normally that big of a challenge for me. Anybody have any questions so far? This is our pearls and piping foot if you haven't seen the Creative Feet before. And it fits all sewing machines. All you need is a zigzag stitch. And I changed the angle of this. I think it's still good. And we're going to clean up. I got all these thread tails hanging out. So the objective is to not allow the teeth to shift on you and have it go up like that. So we don't want to unzip the zipper all the way while doing this. Keep it kind of close. And that's why I marked it, so I can keep those two marks lined up with each other as I place it beneath the foot. And that is where we're going to cut it. So we want to come up about 1/4 inch from there. And switch to that multiple zigzag stitch again with a very short stitch length. Kind of dropped in there. Stitching into the void in between the teeth. I need to go wider on the width. Don't want to go so wide that you hit the purl. This is the trickiest part. Lift it up, move it over, do it some more. Even though we're going to have those little loops, just in case. Keep that zipper from opening and then becoming a useless zipper. And once again, I'm going to crunch. This is where we're going to cut the zipper right here. So that's going to be on the edge of the fabric. That means I need to start breaking the purls here. Come on. So this is how you would get purls to go into a seam on a garment and not have one fall off or have it start to separate. And you're revealing when we do this that the silver is simply paint. The pearl itself is plastic. And this is why you don't dry in the dryer anything that has beads on it, because you'll scratch, the dryer will scratch off the paint on the metal inside the dryer unless you place it in a lingerie bag. And even then I think you're still at risk. Better to hang dry anything with pearls on it. All right. Oh, I gotta break this one off a little. Time is it? 4:20. I was hoping to be done in half an hour. I'm going to go across once the straight stitch. Make it easier for me when I create the hood. And this is harder on this side or more difficult on this side because the zipper is open. Whereas on the other side it still had that ending of the zipper. Here we go. This would have been really cool to have in a different fabric, but Oh well. And we opted for shorter, so I'm going to cut it down. Since I sewed the bottom already, I can just sew this once. Center needle position. Increasing my stitch length to a 3. And it's not having as much of a challenge going over this side, so I didn't need the needles. There we go. Now we can sew this into a seam. This is the bottom of the bag. This is the top of the bag. And I have to think, because usually we'd be sewing, you know, upside down and then coming around. But in this case, we have beads. And we don't have that seam allowance, so what's going to happen here is what I'm most concerned about. Do we need to cut it off? Because that's sticking out too far. Does that make sense to you? So if we sew a 1/4 inch seam allowance right here, we're going to have this raw edge popping out, and that's not pretty at all. So what I should do is something like that. So I should not have had it sewn, because that's a lot of bulk underneath to just do that. It's going to be a lot of thicknesses to stitch through right here if we leave it like that. So I'm going to do the right thing. Now I wish I had music playing for you. There we go. All right, brain, kick in. Is anybody else tired? We got to have that folded under. And I don't want it to be too thick. I think I was on the right track before. We need to make it so that it ends up being this size. I don't know what to tell you, man. We'll see. As long as you guys find it interesting to watch me figure things out while I go. Turn that right side out. That's going to be hard to turn right side out. That's not how I did it. I've done this before, and I did not have this trouble. Go like this. Right side up. Whoopsie. would have been so much better if I had time to make another one before I started today. Come on, you guys, ask some questions. So what I'm trying to do right now is make this look good on the side if it is sticking out at all. And I don't really want it to be sticking out a lot. Is anybody watching and you know what to do? So I'm going to go like that. That one was beneath it. Still just so much bulk. And that's what I'm trying to do, is alleviate the bulk. Fold this under. You guys aren't talking. Yeah, zipper tabs just make it so you don't have to struggle with the zipper as much. And it's usually really easy, but you don't usually have pearls on your zipper. I just did not sew. Switch into the Satinedge Foot for this. And the Satinedge Foot helps me sew close to the edge without being sloppy. Even though I'm using invisible thread, it's still nice to know I have a good straight stitch. Hold on. My pressure's too light for this. And the reason I knew that is because the needle was lifting the fabric up. Zipper tabs are usually simpler than this because of the lack of pearls. And it makes a really nice clean look when you're finished. But in this case, we have less chance of doing this. Looks cleaner that way. That would be nice. I'm trying to alleviate bulk though, and I'm not seeming to do that. That would work. I'm going to go further over, left needle position. 1/4 inch distance now. So I have 2 rows of stitching. I'll keep it in place nice. You're tired, Amy? I'm not as energetic as I usually am to keep you guys spunky. I don't know if I alleviated any bulk or not, but I'm definitely going to have to change from a stretch needle when I get over there. That's for sure. And I'm going to glue this in place. Do I need to glue it, or can I just... I know I shouldn't stitch that yet, but I'm tempted to stitch the other side just to see what happens. Pearls and piping foot. why I didn't sew that first. Should have done that first. It's a good thing I naturally talk to myself a lot. Here we go. And this is when I usually use a crutch for the right side of the foot. It's a lot of thicknesses. I should have changed my needle. This would be a good time to go to a 16 needle. This is just you should watch my other zipper bag lesson and see how the tabs usually are installed. There's a challenge here because of the beads and the fact that I'm sewing the zipper flat on top rather than... And I'm probably just too tired because this to me would have been easy. Because we just lay it flat like this and glue the zipper down first. And then it's just how you get it to look good on the top when you go to sew it together. So you see I just had too much on this end, too much fabric. So we'll have a smaller one, but we're going to have bulk when we get there. So what are you saying? I'm going to just try this end. I'm just going to go like this time. But not all of your sewing machines will be able to handle that. Which is why I hesitate to show something that not all machines can handle. There's the clips. They're all on the handle. Oh, that's right. I got a handle to go in here too. Oh no, that's even more thickness. It's just so hard for my brain today. Pearls and piping. I could just speed this up by doing a regular zipper really quick. And giving up on my show just to save you guys the stress of watching me figure it out. The goal is to sew the zipper down but not have it come up too far. And so the zipper can still open. And to use a zigzag stitch because then we're securing or finishing the edge of the material. But I'm going to use a straight stitch instead. Move my needle over to the side of the pearls just to get it stitched down. Test the theory. Actually can kind of feel the zipper hit the edge of the batting because it's thick. This is when you got to be brave, you guys, because you can't see the pearls. They're tucked inside of there. And it's time to trust the foot. Yeah, so that invisible zipper's in there nice. Still think I need a right needle position. look at that, just going right by the pole with no issue at all. This is really cool. See that? That would mean that the zipper could have been closed. The invisible zipper bump on the bottom is riding up right against the edge of the batting. And I'm using a straight stitch. It's like I knew it would work all along, even though I didn't know it would work. And this other end is too far off, so we'll see how I handle that. The machine makes this little noise that drives me nuts. I don't know why it does that. Yep, if you never try, you never know. You know you're sewing too long when your sewing machine starts to annoy you by the noises it makes. I've seen pulls stick out on one side before and they have a little gap. That's probably what this is going to end up being on this end. No, I'm not going to be happy with that showing. So I'll just cut this off. That's my brain overworked, overtired, and stressed because I don't want to keep you guys waiting while I figure it out. Cut that off. I got more fabric. You see how it is stitched on there. And now I'm going to do the other side. And when you sew the other side, you got to have the zipper open so you can turn it right side out. Oh, but we're doing it different. It's the different style. It's laying it flat that's got me messed up. It's usually easier when you have it laying flat. Regular zigzag stitch to secure that purl, because I cut off the little tabby thing, so I'm not sure if that's the secured bead or not. Now we'll switch back to the straight stitch, open the zipper up so I can feel that the bump of the zipper, the invisible zipper, is up against the thickness of that. This is super cool. Right on. Oh, well, forgot to change my needle position. That is my third needle that I've broken since I started Fabrically Speaking Live. And each time that happens, I can kind of show you that your needles are designed to break so that they don't become separated from the thread. Isn't that cool? Need to dispose of this carefully. Because I like sewing barefoot most of the time. I got this fabric at Hobby Lobby. So if any of you are looking for it. And I'm not giving up on the handle, by the way. Taking these clips off, getting ready to sew it. Whoopsie. I never used to say whoopsie. I used to just say whoops. And I started saying that like 2 years ago and it's stuck. And now when I read the CC captions after I film something and it says whoopsie, I giggle. It actually knows that's what I said and it spells it correctly. Oh, needle. I told you I shouldn't use that stretch needle. They do break easier, but any needle would have broke through that. And I'm going to switch to a 16 because it's the right thing to do for when we have all the bulk on this side over here. Why tempt fate, you know? Just want to make sure you use a universal needle, not a leather needle or denim needle. I got to dig out my box of needles. I just have a few needles. There you go. So this is the 116 universal needle, and the universal needle is a rounded tip on the end, and it pushes fibers aside rather than cutting through them. Going through heavy layers like this with a ballpoint needle or a rounded tip needle makes it more likely to bend as it goes through. So we go with a bigger tip, and it's also stronger all the way down the front of the needle. Yeah, all of the fabrics that I've shown today, including the strips that I showed earlier that I'm about to make something out of, I got there. My girlfriend and I were there to get something for her puzzle making. And we turned down the fabric aisle. It's just not charging. My phone is not charging. Why not? Something wrong with this charger? Let's see if this one will charge it. I don't usually have that problem. Okay, it's charging now. It's all right. This is working out, isn't it? This angle. All right, so I am pushing the big part or the zipper up against the edge of the batting. Place it underneath. I didn't thread the needle yet. I've never had to thread a needle so many times in one of my episodes either. I just got to give it another try. Please thread. Oh, I did it. Yay. Actually, this sewing machine is in need of service, and I'm frustrated about it because all over the world, everyone's mechanics are super busy. I'm going to first attempt to do the service myself, having been a sewing machine mechanic. I'm not factory trained on this machine, though, but what I believe it needs, I should be able to do. And if I can't, then I'll be calling them up and seeing if I can make an appointment to bring it in, because I am nervous to leave my painted machines in a dealership for a month and a half or however long he'll need it. I don't always get special preferential treatment though, so we'll see. Yep, couldn't be happier that I used the invisible zipper for this. Does it make you guys less nervous about sewing zippers? I'm going to zip that over now. Normally you would have to keep the zipper open for sewing your zipper, but in this case I did not need to because it's hard to hold on to there because the zipper is sewn in this manner. You don't have a lining to deal with. It's when you have a lining that you have that issue. And this is when I go, okay, oh, that's right. I got a 16 needle. Phew. Because this is, I don't know how many layers. Should I count? That's a lot of layers. And sorry for the weight you have on those needles, Lorinda. I hope you're not kneading them we're waiting. There was something that held up the order. Kind of nice, huh? So what do I do on this other end? And I really do want the strap now. I'm thinking it would be really nice to be able to hang this bag up when I'm not using it. Just have to think it through. First I got to sew it. So this is a time to use some pretty thread. Use the Satinedge Foot. You'll survive. Thank you, Lorinda. You guys are so sweet and you're patient. My son freaks out when an order doesn't get out within 24 hours. Are you sure they're okay? I'm like, yes, they're okay. I've talked to them and they understand. I only dropped about 8 things today. So right now my bobbin thread is a mint green and there's no mint green at all on this. I'm going to take this off or out and try to use a more complementary color. We used yellow before. Since the last episode, did you notice that I have thread on the wall? Isn't that nice? And I will be adding more of those racks because every time I teach, I don't always teach with the same type of thread. And so the bobbin, this is a really cool one. I'll give you guys the link to order these on Amazon. And they're tall enough to where you can put your mini king cone on it and have the bobbin matching it on top of it. So really, really cool product. And I think I already have the color I want to use over here though. I was using yellow. I think I'll stick with yellow. It's on the rack. And this is the Polyfast, the 40 weight thread that I'm using. And so see, my bobbin was there. Make sure you keep your little tops on there. If your top starts to not stick, I would write on the spool. Don't I have a black Sharpie? Here we go. And I would write on the inside. So this is number 9118 in the Polyfast line. So I'm going to do a PF for Polyfast and then 9118. And it's inside of the spool. So if I ever lose track of it or need to buy more, I don't have to worry about the tops popping off. And it doesn't look ugly on the top because we like our stuff to look pretty, don't we? There's not a whole lot of bobbin thread here, but I don't have a lot to do. There's a piece of invisible thread stuck in this bobbin. It's just really not a good idea to do that. Where are those tweezers? My wonderful tweezers. These are a lifesaver. I gotta thank Rosa from Applequick for developing these. They're for physical challenges and been having a lot of trouble with my hands lately. Yeah, just because I'm not resting enough. And don't be worried about me. There we go. You know what I think I did? I think there must have been some invisible thread wound on this bobbin when I wound the bobbin. Nope, just seeing double. I'm just kidding. Okay. We're almost done. Right on cue. So I wanted to go till 5 anyway. 5 my time. 8 o'clock your time. I'm going to be tucking you guys in, you East Coasters. So you see how that, did you notice how it lowered the foot and raised the foot when it did that? That's why I can use this for nylon thread. And what I'm going to be doing is edge stitching or top stitching, really, because we're on the top of the fabric. Edge stitching is if you were off the edge. We're on the edge, using the edge that's right here to guide. I didn't really do a good job. Or as good a job as I would like. So now I'm thinking about how I can do this to where it won't bother me. Can I go that far? I don't think I can. Nope, so we'll get really close. Center needle position. Move the guide away from the needle. The distance you choose is how far away your stitching line will be away from the edge. And whenever you're sewing upside down or wrong side up and you want the other side to look good when you're finished, you decrease your thread tension on the top. Is that what I meant to say? No, you increase your thread tension. So my tension is normal at 4. I go all the way to 5. And now it'll pull the bobbin thread up through. A gentle push toward the foot. And this raw edge here is a firm edge. So it's enough to keep it straight so I can go really fast. Notice that my hands don't move. I don't move along with the fabric. So if you have a tendency to do that, the Satinedge Foot does not require that. So you can rest your elbows on the table. And then when you're done, your stitch looks correct, as if it was the top, because we pulled the bobbin thread into the fiber. You want to do another row of stitching, you can put your tension back to normal. Rest the guide on the stitching line that you sewed before. Choose a different stitch or needle position. Keep your eye focused right there. And we're doing echo stitching if you were quilting. Basically, we're just sewing a row of stitching in equal distance away from another row of stitching. So it looks like a double needle. So that, and if it were a double needle, it would look messy on the bottom, but it doesn't because we did not use a double needle. Since it is a handle, and I'm doubting you guys mind if I do another row of stitching, I'm going to do another row and have basically 4 rows of stitching, making it very sturdy. A good idea whenever you're making a bag that's going to carry heavier items so that the handle doesn't twist. Three rows equally spaced apart. Isn't that beautiful? And now flip it around, go the other direction so that I don't have to move the guide and guess my distance for 4 rows. My dog's starting to make this noise she makes every Thursday when it's time that I'm supposed to stop. It's like a little kind of half moan, half whine sound. Keeping my eye right there. So even though this isn't perfect, it's so perfectly stitched that it's hard to tell that I did not make that handle perfect. and nobody would be able to notice. It'll be your own little secret. Now, how big of a handle do I really need? Do I want to carry it like a purse? Because that's a pretty big handle for a bag of this type. Usually I would have it be more like that, or even lay flat. Let's see. It's really up to you, isn't it? You're still confused about thread? I know that all this talk about thread can be confusing. We're going to do something to make it easier for you guys, I promise, at some point. So usually you'd put a handle inside of the bag and pull it out, but the zipper has been sewn in a different manner. If I stitch it like that, it'll come out of the side seam. This would actually have then been just fine in place of a tab, because once that's sewn into the seam, it would do this. It'll look the same. It'll have the lock it and prevent it from going too far. So I could have just made a handle. Oh well. It's going to be really, really thick over here. It's good for me to teach you guys how to handle thick things anyway. We do want to get it locked in there to begin with. You can use both sides of the foot. So in this case, I'm going to put the foot more on. Do I even want to use this foot? So rare for me not to use one of my feet. There we go. Longer length whenever you feel like you need to pull something through. Now I'm like, do I need an 18? This is so many layers. We're just getting it stitched in here. It's going to be interesting because the bag construction is going to, I think something's wrong here, and you'll see in a minute. Ah, doodle doo. Too thick. Sewing machines don't like going backwards through thicker things as much as they like going forward. And there's something in there, which is too much. It's just too much. So notice I walk it a little bit to see if I can't get through or negotiate my way through without putting the machine through the stress of the alarm system. Okay, a couple more stitches by hand. What stitch is this on? Oh, I know what the problem is. I selected one of those stitches that does the reverse. Oh my, that is thick. When we sew this together, we're going to have this like weird thing on the side, because I can't fold that in to the seam. This really is a bag that needs a gusset. I feel like we're going to need to do another. I'm just going to have to finish this off and show it to you in the school, I think, because I need to make a gusset. There's no way this is going to work without it. So I'm probably going to have to do this afterward. I need to break off some beads to sew that. It'll be a bonus video that I will announce in the school. because I don't have the energy to go any longer today. And this is live, unedited, uncensored, broken needles and everything else to go along with it. And since it's going to be a gusseted bag, I think I'm going to go ahead and leave the handle long. I may even remove that other end thingy over that time. We'll see. What is a gusset? A gusset is adding a piece of fabric to make something bigger. And I'll kind of explain it really quick for you, but I need to quilt some more fabric is why I can't just do it. It would be wrong to put a thin layer of fabric here. I mean, it wouldn't be... What happened to that other piece? All right, so let's see. It's looking like a purse, you guys. I'm going to turn to the bigger camera. Cool, huh? Cool beans. So then you got your zipper. That's all done. Now we have to sew up the sides. Well, if we sew up the side right now, right sides together, it won't work right here. So in order to get this bag to look good here, I need to add an actual piece of fabric that's going to go all the way down and all the way around. You probably see that on the bottom of all of your purses. And it's called a gusset. And I can use... I can use this fabric. This is the fabric that I fused together. Is it going to be the right size? Wouldn't that be just like meant to be? It's not quite the right size, but however, I can sew it together. I'm going to just do it. We're going to finish it. Hi, Iris. All right. So since this fabric is already fused together, it's the same thickness as the handle, and it's going to be around the sides. It's okay if it's not quilted. It's mine after all. I can do whatever I want, right? So now we need to think, how big do we need the gusset to be? And we need it to be the width of how wide that zipper area is, plus another 1/4 inch so that you can sew the seam down here. And I could even sew this gusset so that it's narrower at the top and broadens at the bottom, so that this bag would have a bigger bottom than it has the top, making it even more secure. It's a cute bag, isn't it? It's like, I don't know, I think we have a purse here. It's just for my rotary cutters. Thank you for being my guinea pigs, because I'm going to film an edited version of this so people don't have to endure all of the... Should I do that? Oh, no, I need to change my needle. Oh, I broke my thread. All of that will be edited out with... no broken needles. All right. So what I'm doing is thinking, as I straighten up, I got to cut this, and just to make it not complicated for myself, I'm going to cut it in half first, and then join with a bias join. Another word for that is a mitered join. This cutter is definitely dull. Where's the one that's not? I don't think this is the one that's not. So I'm just cutting it the size of the ruler. Oh, there's just so much to teach you guys. There's so many ways of doing gussets. Gussets are used a lot in stuffed animal construction. You like the idea of a wider bottom, so do I. That's why I cut it wider. And then I'll see with clips if I can figure out exactly the size I need it to be. And when I'm done, I'm going to have a purse. Are you guys jealous? Wasn't that mean of me? All right, so there's no right and wrong side of this because they're right sides facing out on both. And for mitering, you just take and fold your fabric like this. And we're going to draw a line from one point to the other. I'll show on the overhead camera. Normally you would be concerned about right sides, and you would have right side to right side and fold them over. And you make that shape right there. And then to make sure that nothing moves on you, use the glue. And I left the lid off all that time, so it's sealed itself. Which is kind of nice to know. It seals itself instead of leaving or seeping all over the place. This is a really dull hand sewing needle. Thought I was gonna just lose it the other day when I tried to use it for something. I don't know what I did with it before. So I'm putting some of this on the top edge and then going down the next side. And it's just a water-soluble stabilizer in a bottle. And that keeps the fabric from shifting as we sew. And to make sure I sew accurately, I draw a line going from that corner to that corner. So from this fabric edge right here all the way to the top to this here, and I can't see, and I don't know if the light will be strong enough, probably not, because that's 4 layers of fabric and they're the same color, but we'll give it a shot here. I can find the plug. With the cutter pillar mat, you can see where this fabric overlaps, and it makes it easier to trace or to find your edge. There we go. And then I have no idea if this is even going to show up on here. So it's such dark fabric. It does. And we will go back to the other camera. Now when I set up the foot for sewing on top of a line, I center my needle first. Lower the needle so it's on the line, which just so happens I had it perfectly spot on adjusted already or positioned properly. And then you just move the guide over. And as I move the guide over, I lift the foot because the wire can sometimes get stuck on the feed dogs. That's why you'll see me lift the foot up and down a lot when okay, so now I'm able to watch there instead of the needle. And I always start on the fabric and go back first and then come back over. And this is where you shorten your stitch length down to a 1.6 or 1.8 stitch length. Watch right there, ignore the needle. And that way you sew straight. If you don't sew straight on this, it makes a sloppy front when you're finished, especially if you're binding a quilt. So this is, in essence, the same thing we would do to bind our quilt if you don't have enough fabric to go all the way around your quilt. And I do have a how to bind your quilt video that teaches you every step of the binding technique. And you don't have to do a hand stitch at all. And it looks hand stitched when you're finished. We do offer that on a flash drive at creativefeet.com as well, so that you can always have how to bind your quilt handy as we increase the number of videos on our YouTube channel, and it becomes harder and harder to find a video you watched before. See how that then lays flat? And you cannot see where the seam is, or it's less obvious. Now this is going to be a gusset. So I care about how this is going to end up looking, because this is going to be the inside of the purse. And even though that's glued, we can separate it if we can find, because this is really 4 layers of fabric. Come on, there we go. And I think that I'm going to keep it square, which is generally what I do on a quilt as well. It's easier for your sewing machine to go up over this than it is to have it be a 1/4 inch right here and a 1/4 inch here, and then it has to go up and over those tinier widths of fabric. You can't feel it as much either on your quilt. But this is a purse, right? This is the inside of our purse. It'll be somewhere inside the purse. So I'm gonna stitch it down close to the edge here. However far away the guide is from the needle is how far your stitching line is away from the edge. And I want to be really close. I just don't want it to have any chance of moving when we go to sew this in. Now that right there. So better to have your fabric cut the right size. So what you may not realize I'm thinking about is the fact that if I stitch across right now, it's going to show on the outside of the purse. But I really do want so bad to have that be secured. So I would probably, I should really put a piece of fusible webbing underneath there. The alternative would be to do something like this. Move your needle over. Wrong, I pushed the wrong button. There we go. Sew across. Why did it sticky? Why is it? Oh, it's because I'm using a 16 needle. I forgot. It's a little heavy for this. This could even be sewn with a 12, really. But remember, we're using a universal needle, so we're not damaging the fabric. It's just a bigger hole, so you're more likely to skip a stitch if you use a needle that's bigger. So what I just did was a square in here, right? But you are only going to see the straight line on the outside. So if I want continuity, we just don't want anyone to know we did this for any particular reason. Then you would go, how big is that? And you can repeat. And it becomes a design element. And you can just go down, straight across. And I guess just sew off. Come back around and just repeat that and just keep repeating it. So when you're finished, your bag will have lines of stitching going all the way down the side. Because I have no idea where this is going to end up. If this were going to end up on the bottom of the bag, well, it's not going to matter as much. And then there's always so much you can do. Like you can go, okay, if this is longer than I need, how much longer is it than I need? And if it's so much longer that I can create a pocket on the outside for like sunglasses, and it looks like there would be enough, see that? Then you could actually create a pocket. And I'm not going to do that right now because I'm just too tired to figure it out. So that's what we got to do now. We got to sew this. But we have to remember that the goal all along was to close up this opening here. That's not straight. This is narrower than that. And that is all we're really trying to fill in, is that little space right there. So we could do it one of two ways. We can just cut it smaller and know that it's going to be correct. You can also do it afterward, which is what I plan to do. But you still need to center it if you're going to do that. So no matter what, I need to start with this like folded so that I know I have center. And think. So I can do a pleat instead of cutting it, instead of cutting and tapering the cut. And then I don't have to worry about tapering it not very good or not mathematically tapering it well. You guys are such troopers that you're still with me here. All right. So a pleat it is. And then how do we want the pleat? If we do 2 pleats on both sides, is that the size we need for here? It looks like it. Okay, so that's kismet. But do we want this to stick out, or do we want it to concave in? And we want it to concave in, but it normally wouldn't matter. However, we have this thing. So this is the inside. This is the right way to do this, and I'm going to stitch it really close or really quick so I don't have to think about it. Pattern designing on the go. It's going to be tricky. More tricky on the brain than anything. That's the wrong way. This is the way. Stitch that first. Oh, it's so thick. I'm scared. I have that so thick. What does it need? It needs a pretty thick ladder or crutch. And I have a bag of batting and little pieces that I have cut off of making bowl cozies and any other things. So these become a dog bed at some point. Or something. I don't know. I'll probably come up with some idea for it before at some point, it's got to end. It's got to be dealt with because the bag is only so big. But you see how I can now make a different height crutch for the side of the foot to level it off. So whatever size I end up needing to make that, you're basically trying to build an equal size as that on this side. So 3 is enough to keep it straight. And it's you might think just use a walking foot, and you could. But then walking foot's not as good at guiding for a straight seam. And the Satinedge foot rocks for that, so it pays to build our little structure to level out the Satinedge foot so that we can sew on that, and it levels out the foot so we can. left needle position. Move the guide over because we're trying to get a 1/4 inch seam allowance now. I should have called this design a bag, not so a zipper bag. I'm walking it, which is me turning the hand wheel instead of running the power of the machine, because you've heard the alarm system kick in. Where else would you be, Burn It Better Days? I don't know. That's not a left needle position. There we go. It's extremely important to be stable when you're in a left needle position. It's definitely not as strong for the machine as being center. I gotta really make sure this is secure. And I'm gonna walk it 1 stitch because I could tell it was tipping too much. It's still tipping a lot, but it's the back side that's tipping. So we get out our pack of needles, lift it up to level it off. Otherwise, at some point, the foot tips so much that the needle will come down and hit the inside of the foot. Now it doesn't really need its crutch on the outside, but it's going to need it. So I'm getting it all ready. See how slow I'm going? Take my time so I don't break a needle. Take my time so I don't have to rip a stitch. Ooh, it's so scary. I don't know. Wherever that thing is that broke the needle before, it's in here somewhere. It might be a section of pearl I thought I got out of there, but I didn't. There it is. Or I think, anyway. Oh, that noise is so annoying. Do you guys hear it? That dun, 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 dun. It's not going back. It's like, no way. Just gotta make sure it's got a good secure knot. This is when you use a overlock kind of stitch on the inside afterward. Which camera? Let's see. This one? So you can see what's going on here. Turn that off. So we have a pleat on both sides. And see how it's sticking up? It's kind of hunched over like this. That means it's going to go in when we go like this. And now we got to stitch that in, and the whole thing is that we don't want the inside of the bag looking messy. This would be, if I had designed this to begin with, it would have been a better design to have a lining stitched in afterward. So since I don't have that ability, what I'm going to do is use an overcasting stitch on the inside to secure it, and realize that I didn't have it planned ahead of time. So how would I have known? And we're going to stitch around this now. Kind of tuck it out. And this fabric is cut on the straight. It has no bias, so it's tricky. It's one of those times when doesn't pay to pin it all the way. It's better to just kind of go 4 inches and finger plant. I'm thinking, but I want to test it out. So here I'm going to plant my finger and bring it in. So that's the corner. And not clip with scissors at all. until you determine that you need to in order to turn that corner. In the meantime, clip it. Plant your finger again and you see where that bottom has ended up. So just make sure you cut with the grain, and make sure your piece is long enough without having to do a join, and yours will look better than mine. When we reach the corner, we'll have to stop and negotiate that again. This is because I have to cut it. And I can't cut it without knowing exactly how much I need to cut. This is the side I should be starting on as well, because this sewing machine needle is over here. Right? Whenever we're sewing, we always want to try to do that as much as possible. So I made that nice pleat on the other side. I need to duplicate it. My brain has to kick into gear here. We want it to concave on the inside, so this is how it needs to be. I don't know how well you guys are able to see that. Well, I know I can get rid of this much. All right. Should have done it the other side. Switch cameras. And like this. So, since I don't know how long it needs to be exactly, this is why I'm struggling right now. My dog just sneezed. I think she has allergies. This is what I'm trying to achieve. See that? And I don't know how long it needs to be, but if I can at least get it to stay like that, I can press it and then stitch across where I need it to be again, and then cut it off later. That's okay, Lorinda. I'll have pictures in the school probably Saturday. Stay safe, everyone. I appreciate you hanging out as long as you do. My girlfriend's probably gone. I wonder what time she's going to be done. We're supposed to go to dinner. Okay, here we go. That's where I need to chop it off. I'm hoping I'm doing this right. Yes, I'm doing it right. Okay. Oh, gusset. Yeah, I work a lot, and so my friends You know, are you ever gonna go out to dinner again? Best night for me to go out to dinner is after the show, but who knows when the show will end. Sorry, I'd like you to see every inch of what I'm doing, but right now I just need to get this to behave. And this is where I need to sew it again. Whenever I have little pieces like that I sew and then I chop off, I'm like, what could I use that for? Are you guys like that? Just dropped a pack of needles off the table. Should have started on this end. It sure did feel like I was starting on that end when I was pinning it. Oh, I know what I did. I just went the opposite direction. So if I unclip it, I can just go the other way, and then it'll be easier at the end. That's all I did, was just went the wrong way. It's going to be cute when it's done. Did you already know that, Amy? Were you trying to tell me? You just need to do the other side. I know whenever I watch programs, sometimes I talk to the TV and go, oh, I wish they could hear me. And one of you would have saved me some time when I did another project one day. I saw your comment afterward and went, oh, of course. That would have been the right way to do it. Thank goodness the Satinedge Foot maintains that 1/4 inch, because when there's a bunch of fabric like that, it's really hard to tell that you are. Okay, now I sit there and go, okay, sewing angels, please make it so I do not break a needle, and make it so that it is right. I should have done wrong sides together, because then I could have done a French seam. Maybe not. I don't think I could in this situation. So see how I can't have the fabric against the right, or this edge to there? This is where you want to keep your focus. And it's easing that in to that shape, because this is not cut on the bias. If it were, it'd be easier. But would it be better? Not necessarily. And that's what a gusset does for you. It lets you make fabric do things it should not do. And now we're going to do another pleat in order to turn this. So I need to be prepared. I need to stop. I think I need to stop a 1/4 inch before. So what I did was a 1/4 inch before I folded it, and now I'm going to do the same thing again. It's another good reason why you shouldn't cut the other end off if you don't have a pattern. And before you go too far, you can check out your work and see how it's going to look on the outside. Nice, clean, and the handle. So we're good to go. We are inserting a gusset. This is a gusseted bag. On the corners, I'm going to go back over that corner again. And now this side's easy. If you start feeling like you need to push, increase your stitch length, but don't do too much. This is the bottom of the bag. It'll have the most stress. This is another time you'd use 40 weight thread because 40 weight's stronger than the others. You couldn't tell which side I was doing, so you should just take the credit and go, oh, you're welcome. Can you see how I'm doing that? I plant my fingernail. You could use any kind of an instrument that you have. And just push down 1/4 inch away from the corner and 1/4 inch in. So it's like I'm planting my finger 1/4 inch away from the corner, or 1/4 inch away from that side, 1/4 inch away from that side. And you just push down and then swing the fabric around. And this is how you get the pleat where you want it to be. And I'm going off almost and then back up. Lower the needle. Bring it around. Ding ding. I put my foot on the pedal and it's like, you're not supposed to start with the foot up. Coming up on the other end of the gusset on one side. And there's nothing holding this in place. It just stays in place. They're loose. They're just hanging out and ready to be useful if needed. So now I'm going to press this down because I still don't know. I got to be careful or I'll end up with an ugly corner right here. I'm going to sew to this point. Go back. Because I got to make sure that I sew this in with right sides together. So I got to kind of bring the purse in. I don't know if you can see this or not with that camera being too tight. And here we go. Just trying to figure out exactly where to cut it. And that's right sides together, so I'm not even going to cut it. I'm going to sew it first. Only needs 2 because the handle's going to take up some of that space. Definitely need the needles on the back end. And this is how you get around not having a walking foot machine or a bag making machine. It only makes that noise when I walk it, and the other machine doesn't, so there must be a way to turn that sound off. Smart woman. Eve knows. Eve knows what disaster could lie ahead if I'm not careful. Oh, this is a really thick spot. Thank you, sewing machine. Thank you for going through all of that for me. It's a little hard on your hands. Just do the handle as the ends and you're good to go. It was a lot easier the other side. This is the side that has probably 32 layers of fabric. unnecessarily. Thought I sewed those in on accident, but I didn't. Should we turn it right side out so you guys can see? It's going to have nice shape, you guys. I'm so glad I messed up so that I could look like I didn't in the end. Oh, I think I'm going to end up keeping it as a purse. There's no way this is going to be a rotary cutter holder anymore. Now it's just too cute. Whereas I may even take it to dinner. Why not? I'm going to have to make a pattern though, aren't I? So now when we sew the gusset on the other side, if I don't open the zipper, we won't be able to turn it right side out. And that is what Eve said, and she's very wise to know that. Must have done it herself before. And you want to make sure that your handle is like safe as well. So if you tuck your handle into the inside of the bag, then you won't accidentally sew it to the side of the purse. Sometimes I will also, clip it so that it's really, really way too short to get caught in the bag. This is a free bag making class. You just got one for free. You just had to endure hours of time with me. We are almost at 3 hours. Which really isn't too bad considering. Isn't it cute, you guys? I like it. We're going to have to clip the corners probably. But we're not there yet. First we have to sew it. And the slowest part is the part where the needle could break. And so we're good to go. This is going to be easy, the rest of this. I almost feel like crying. I like it so much. I think that's a sign I'm really tired. It's because at one point I wanted to give up. I can cut that now. So I should, because it's distracting. And those of you who have a serger, a serger stitch would be really good on this. And if you don't have a serger, the 3-step zigzag stitch should really be used to go around the purse. But I'm not going to do it until it's completely constructed. And then I'll go around all of the raw edges to make it so that it doesn't... Actually, I feel like I could make a lining on this still and insert it, but I'm not doing that tonight. You can't make me. I got to think about where I want to start. And where I want to start is I want to have the thinner material facing up. And actually, I kind of like the thinner fabric for the gusset. It's like I planned it that way. Prove I didn't. You know how else I could have done this? Use the pearls and piping foot and sew piping to join these together like a real purse. Here we go. Last part of the stitching. We're coming around to the home stretch. The zipper is open. Always say that before you sew your final side. This is where it's just going to be really thick. We need 3 layers of the crutch. Get that in there. Make sure you're not going to sew it in to it. And as before, you can't have it straight along the edge. We're going to ease it in, even though it's straight, because the fabric is cut. It has no bias. It'd be kind of like rawhide or leather. It also has no bias. I've been wanting to sew purses lately. I'm actually gearing up for that, just so you know. Be part of what I teach in the school. I'll probably have a course on bag making. There's several. There's all different kinds of styles that you can sew. This one is no hardware, just the zipper. And I don't think it hurts it to not have the metal components at all. Remember the corner? Remember what to do? In a 1/4 inch from all sides with something that is pointy but not sharp. And then make your pleats. And you can see this pleat is going the opposite direction. So I actually want it to match. So I'm going to pull that up so that it looks intentional. There we go. Does that make sense? So the fold of that bottom pleat is going the same direction. If I didn't do that, if I didn't grab it, and you can see how good these tweezers are for that. It lets me squish it, and then I can lay it flat. Now I can round my corner. I did all that with the needle up because you can bend your needle really bad by keeping it down for something like that. Let's see, my hair is in there. Needle down. Once we're a 1/4 inch away, lift and turn. We're almost done. We're almost done. I'm going insane. Eve is talking. What are the rest of you doing? You guys sleeping? Did I put somebody to sleep again? Before I even get to this corner, I'm going to fold it to remind myself before I get there. Here we go. Zoom, zoom. The bottom is the easy part. Anticipation of the end. I don't normally do that way ahead of time because it can mess you up because then your focus is here instead of up here. So I want to keep looking there. And stop it 1/4 inch away and lower your needle. Yay, I have a purse. I like little purses too, so I'll let you know if I take it to dinner. I'm going to go back on the corner again. I've had this earbud in my ear the whole time, even though the cell phone hasn't been playing back to me. I hope the sound has been good all this time. None of you have said anything. Got a little spot here that I'm not happy about. Boy, these tweezers sure are helpful. She uses them for patchwork applique. They're really good when you need extra strength. When you have to pinch something. I'm probably going to have to cut these little corners off, but I'm not going to do it until I turn it and confirm that. When I leave and come back, the dogs like my kids, I gave my children both a bunny as well. And they all kept their bunnies like their whole life. So when I come home, they do a bunny run. They grab their bunnies and they run around the house with their bunnies like they're really happy to see me and they want to take their bunnies for this. And also when they get really frustrated with me, they throw their bunnies around and slap them on the ground. And Chase has his bunny right now and he's thrown it against the wall. That's his way of saying, it's time for you to stop sewing. I definitely need to press this, and then I think it would actually, we can actually do a French seam of sorts. My hands are so tired. There you go, you guys. You like it? Thumbs up if you like it. This is not just any ordinary bag. For those of you who may be joining us late, this zipper is a beaded zipper, beaded and corded zipper, which I'll give you another up close look. That's the perfect size purse for me. You guys like it? And, you know, when you put something in it, it's going to stay up. It's empty and it's staying up. I think I've been following you guys. You've been pretty quiet in the chat. I don't think there's any questions I have not answered. If any of you did ask a question and I did not address it, that's what my school is for, because I can't go back and go through the chats anymore. There's too many weeks of it and it takes hours for me to do it. I'd actually have to go through in real time and watch the whole thing over, which I don't have the luxury of doing at this point in time. Should I call it the little darling bag? I kind of like this because Peg said it's a darling bag. What do you think? Is that too sweet of a name? The little darling bag? I kind of like the name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press this in really good, and then I'm probably going to do a straight stitch and lock all those seams in, a French seam. Maybe not. I'll let you guys know in the school. And you never know, it may end up a pattern. There you go, the little darling bag. I can't find her comment so I can untag it. There we go. Is it 6? Well, you saw me under pressure. And once again, I almost gave up, but I stuck it through because my commitment is to finish what I say I'm going to finish. And last week I didn't get to make the zipper, but this has turned into a or almost a 6-hour lesson. Not bad. Price tag free. Remember, our coupon ends tonight. If you go to creativefeet.com, at the top of the actual website is if we have a sale, that's where you will see the coupons. All right. The little darling bag, or just darling bag. I don't know. Little darling. I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me for another Fabrically Speaking Live Thursday afternoon. I appreciate you so much. And I hope that you enjoy your dinner wherever you are, or have already enjoyed a wonderful meal. And if you have not yet joined my school, be sure to do so today. I will be typing, I think that may be what's in my clipboard right now, and I could just clip it. So in this entire lesson, you learned how to quilt. Not only how to quilt, but how to quilt something that is smaller then the hoops, then the octi hoops, and how to applique, and how to applique with the foot, and how to applique with the hoops. So this was quite a bit of information, and I hope that you guys will actually make one of these, even if you're just making it for your rotary cutters. You never know, you might end up wanting to use it, go out to dinner like I am. I just don't want to iron it right now, and I know my girlfriend is probably wondering because we eat early. So this is the address to my school. If you have yet to join it, be sure to do so today, and be sure to hit the subscribe button if you've not subscribed to my channel. I really appreciate it if you hit the like button, and if you want to, and even if you don't want to, share this. No, go ahead and share this with your friends. Share it onto your Facebook page. If you don't know that you can do that, you can. And now I'm going to type in my website address where you can participate in the sale before it ends. And if you already have products and you want to comment on our products, to enter to win a $100 gift card for creativefeet.com, you have all the way through till May 1st to enter your reviews. And don't forget, there's any product that you have of ours that you want to review, not just the Creative Feet. So if you have our stabilizers and you like those, go ahead and tell people about that. They hesitate, just like think of yourself. If you didn't already know, our products are awesome, and they are. But if you don't know it already, isn't it nice to hear somebody other than me tell you that they are? So you really do help people when you leave your comments. So I thank you on behalf of them, and I thank you on behalf of us. And this is the website where you can leave your reviews, is what they're called. And I hope you enjoy the new Creative Feet site. We are working hard to bring new products into our site as well. So it says there's new comments. This will be my last quick review of the comments. And then I am going to go have dinner with my girlfriend, Terry, who you guys may see on some of the videos throughout my YouTube channel and inside of our Facebook pages. I'm a tongue-tied girl tonight. Computer is slow right now. Or I'm not clicking hard enough. With that, I love you guys so much. I'll see you next week, if not sooner, in the school. Bye.